Good numbing. Hello YouTube, I hope you're all doing well. I hope you've had a fine day, even if it's been raining a lot here in the UK still. And you're all ready for whatever day may bring. Today we're returning to day 2 of Genshin Impact and the Fontaine expedition of 4.2.
It's time to pull the trigger.
So I had to swap my party back. And today the primary focus is the story. Yesterday was all about, exploring and whatnot. I haven't cleared out the community tab, so hang on, let me just get rid of these exclamation points, because they'll annoy me otherwise. There we go. And we're heading back over to our imprisonment. Over in the Fortress of Mirapede. Probably to, wrap up that little loose end of, well, not loose end of, we've done the 2 story acts there, now it's, officially leaving to return, since we kind of were dancing in and out from, story reasons. By the end of Act 4. We still have no idea where Tartag Child is, and that's where a good recap is. We know the primordial water's coming. It nearly broke through the Fortress of Mirapede. The fortress, it was originally designed to hold back that water, not to be a prison. With people building more and more on it to make it more and more secure. But it is coming, and Child is still missing. Some time has passed since the incident in the fortress, and your sentence is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Chapter 4, Act 5, Masquerade of the Guilty. Which is the only thing we knew about Fontaine back when the initial trailer was Masquerade of the Guilty. That was a story act name that we heard of. Which a few people have pointed out, every significant story chapter that was mentioned in the Tavad overview trailer from 3 years ago, all of them but Sumeru so far have kept their name. Sumeru is the only one to change, and that's just because story rewrites. The wording that's used in one of the chapters just doesn't exist in the final version. So of course the title had to change. But yeah, we still got Masquerade of the Guilty.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Nothing good.
Let's go ask the Duke.
A new life's beginning. An exit card issued by the fortress. You know what? I didn't mention it because I just didn't notice, and it was only after the stream I went back for it. I think I was so focused on stream mode. They've zoomed out the inventory screen. I'm sure it was 8 items per row. It was 7 or 8 items per row, and now it's 10. So they've zoomed it out. And what gave it away to me was this menu. I'm used to these two being here. I was like, hang on a fucking minute. I am curious, because in terms of main story stuff, you always pick up one thing at the end of a main story arc in this to kind of prove that you've done it, sort of thing. So, we got the tainted blood from Dvalin, we got the monolith fragment from the fight with Child and the Overlord of Vortex, we got Signora's mask, we got this from Sumeru. This we've technically got from Fontaine, but we got it at the start of Fontaine, so I don't think it counts. I think that will restore power, and we'll get something else to signify our victory. Same with all these 4 stars. Almost all of these come from story quests. Well, there's a couple exceptions like these, but... still. Also, my throat is a little sore today. I think the whole, streaming Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and now Thursday is taking a slight toll on me. I'll be fine. I've got some water.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Yes.
That's right.
We need to get to the surface. We need to get back to the plot.
But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
Nah, that's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry.
I mean,
we'll come back to see
I might
you.
not visit again because I've looted out this place entirely, but you never know, plot might demand me come back.
Know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirror.
Well, to be fair, we weren't really proper convicts anyway. We came here to investigate. We were given like fake crimes to be done in for.
We should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure
Sure.
just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
We will, Rivesley. Oh, literally right up to the office, huh? Oh, okay. So I started the stream. I just started it in there. Alright, over to Nouvelet's office.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Yeah, I think it's super busy because I think the Primordial Sea's coming regardless.
Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's alright, we just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Imagine trying to work and it's just like someone that you know you're gonna have to like treat as like a house guest is just silently staring at you. I'd look up and just see Lumine look at me and I'd be like, ah, Jesus Christ.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
We tell him what happened to Primordial Sea, as well as the dream regarding Child.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the Primordial Sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
And Navia's little, town?
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Yeah, if that's primordial seawater, everyone in Poisson's dead.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Yeah, the Spina della Rosula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Yeah, let's
Please
go!
be careful.
Immediately! Yeah, 'cause that's not good news. If that's primordial seawater, everyone is potentially dead. Let's get down there. Because it's literally Navia's crew, Navia's home.
Oh no! What happened here?
All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
With Navia and Poisson. Well, guys? Hello, anyone? The music's really sad here. I know you can't hear it over the fucking waterfall, but the music is very sad. Anyone? Is anyone alive?
I've seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
Yeah, I think that was primordial seawater that flushed into Poisson, and I think it just took out a lot of people.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Found her. Navia's okay.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
We're here to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we? Oh, both of her extras. Are they both gone? Like, the two bodyguards, the two, like... Oh, shit. Maybe that's why she's, like, a little lost.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where are Melis and Silver? Yeah.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Yeah. And if she can't take a break, she won't be able to process her emotions. It's very clear she's on the edge of breaking under all this. Navia walks around talking to many people and organising various matters. Her decisions are clear and reasonable.
The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others.
I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Of course.
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
Was that achievement called The Goals Once Wept? Fuck. Witnessed a Poisson disaster. Yeah, it's all wrecked. I wonder if Poisson will actually recover from this. Alright, it's only outside. We'll leave. We'll leave the old school way. What have you got to take? It's not time to go to Poisson, so please come back. And with Spindler, as you can see, the town suffered flooding recently. It's a total mess. All the waters have receded for now. No one knows what's going to happen. Perhaps you also know the prophecy. Anyway, the townspeople have already evacuated. No help is needed right now, so you should really get out of here too.
Yeah.
And as soon as we leave, the music goes back to being all pleasant. Like there isn't an absolute monstrously tragic event that's just happened just next door to this music. Ugh. That there isn't something so heart-shatteringly miserable that's just happened. A natural catastrophe that's just ended countless lives down there. But now peaceful music, because you're not actually in that town right this second.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
They did die.
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
Cuddle. Hold her. That's what you do. Hold her. Let her have her time to cry, knowing that she's comforted by a friend.
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
12 deaths.
So, everyone else is
Jeez.
safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Oh, hello, Olicino. Welcome.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
You know, that makes sense. Olicino might not necessarily be on our side, in quotation marks, but she is a natural resident of Fontaine. She's going to help her people. The moment that she probably caught wind that there was a tragedy that had infected this whole town and had killed, now we know 12 people. It doesn't actually surprise me in the slightest that she would have acted immediately. That she would have just dropped everything and went, no, I'm going over to Poisson to try and help my people.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing.
Okay, yeah, Alicino, you can try and play it down all you want. It's like, oh, it's business relations, whatever. But no, I think I've kind of, like, got some kind of understanding of this little lady just enough that, like, no, I think it was a matter of this is her home and she will do everything to protect it. She might play it off as, like, this cold, cunning, conniving lady, but I don't think that's true. In this instance, at least. With the House of the Hearth and then this as well, like, it comes across that, no, there's a genuine heart in there. She just pretends to be, like, this businesswoman and nothing else. But when, you know, that's the only way to think I can describe it. It's like, there's a genuine huge heart under there, primarily only for her home. Her homeland and her children, nothing else really matters to her. But those two, they will always matter to her, even if she pretends otherwise sometimes.
That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Is that chance today? Wouldn't that be nice? I'd hang out with you. I think, like, I still stand by it. Like, we know that Alicino is going to become playable in a later update in the 4-point series. Like, and there's some rumors that first said 4.5, some are saying 4.6, but obviously we'll just have to see how it goes. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 4.6, so they can drop her alongside new weekly boss, and maybe, like, the weekly boss to be, like, a sparring match with her. Like, I don't think she would be go, like, full villain mode. Like, I think I think the knave, or Alicino, is a terrifyingly powerful person who could turn on us, but I don't think that's the direction they want to take her. I think the direction they want to take Alicino as is this grey character that works for a shady organization, but has an extremely rock-solid moral compass and decision-making of her own, and will rely solely on that, not what her organization says. Because her organization is probably just saying, hey, take the Gnosis. But she's saying, nah, I'm protecting my homeland. She'll probably still try and get the Gnosis, because, you know, what it is, but she'll probably try and do it in a manner that won't endanger the people. Whilst compared to other Harbinger members, La Signora didn't give a fuck who got hurt in the process as long as she got it. Child nearly drowned out the entire Liyue just to try and get it. Scaramouche literally tried to kill the kingdom with 2 Gnosises, or Gnosi. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Alicino is actively trying to preserve and protect Fontaine, while still achieving the goals of the organization she works for.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Fucking jolly cooperation. Okay, someone played Dark Souls. So the time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task.
Can you trust an outsider like me?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Aww! Aww!
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh! That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Yeah, but she also wants answers.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it.
We'll go over there.
Pack up and get going.
It's like... So does this technically mean, by like loose extension, we're also part of like the Knave's family? You know, because like I said, the House of the Half see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine see us as family too. Does this mean by technical loose extension that I can start calling Alicino Dad? That'd be nice. It'd be nice to have a father I could trust. For the first time. Sorry, I had to try and make some kind of joke. That was... Jesus Christ. This story arc started so tragic. We knew it was coming. Everything to do with the primordial seawater, we know until it's resolved at the end of this story, there's going to be a lot of tragedy to come, and a lot of characters are probably going, potentially going to die. It's like the biggest thing that's made me like both excited and terrified for this chapter is that there's so many lives potentially on the line.
Was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
But I wasn't expecting it to be like as soon as it started, you know?
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
We will. Search the ruins. Or the music already. As soon as we walked in, there's a sadness in the music. Everything is kind of wrapped in some form of tragedy. And I don't like the exclamation points, they're annoying me. Any treasures hanging on the side? Let me have a look.
Take it easy.
Actually, that would be quicker, because then they'd light up. Nope, okay, let's move on. Here the Charles. Come on.
Shudder! Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you.
Fuck it. Mine detected. That was a mine detected moment. That was a fucking Metal Gear Solid. The mine's just gone off and you died and then you hit mine detected. That's what that is. Hey, thanks Paimon. Thanks for nothing. Oh, for a second I thought that was like a circular vortex. No, that's just the water dropping down, making that rippling.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the looks of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
We're in A. Oh, I still haven't watched that one, man. I'm so sorry. I got so distracted after, like yesterday, like whatnot. I just completely forgot to watch. I'm so sorry. I will do soon. Okay, I promise. Also, I hope you're doing well. You've missed a literal fucking tragedy in the story so far, which is why Navi is with us exploring these ruins. Essentially, when we went to leave the fortress, or like the prison from the end of the last story arc, there was a slight tremor we heard. We came up to the surface to discover that the entirety of Poisson, which is this little town here, where, Navia and her crew run, Navia, the Goldilocks looking girl with like the big hat and whatnot that was with us, had entirely flooded. And not just flooded with water, flooded with the primordial seawater. You know, the water that kills you if you're a Fontainian native? Well, 12 people died in that flood because it was primordial seawater. People that were on the lowest level just got murdered. They got dissolved into nothing. Including her two most trusted servants, subordinates, their weights at the everything, Malus and Silver. You know, like, they're basically her two bestest friends that she'd known the entirety of her life. So Navia is completely heartbroken, but she has to pretend to be strong because she's the leader of her people. But her people, a huge wave came in and just killed 12 of them, so, like, she's miserable. Upon visiting her father's grave, because she wanted to basically kind of, like, have a moment to herself to cry, literally, Arlecchino, you know, the knave, the harbinger that I think is so super hot. Wait a minute. Still playing the new Yakuza game, so I'm good? Oh, fair enough. Freshwater fit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, once we were visiting the grave, Arlecchino came to pay a visit, and Arlecchino, listen, she might be working with the Fatui Harbingers and might be after the Gnosis, but she's a Fontainian first. And she cares, as much as she puts up this front of being this business lady only, she clearly cares about her people, because she issued a whole chunk of her forces to go to Poisson to just help save people and provide resources. If they need more medical stuff, she gets she had the Fatui supply them. If they need, like, search and rescue people, she sent them in. You know, she has Lenny, Lynette, and Fremine literally being medics currently, helping people out. She's a Fontainian first. She heard there's a disaster that's killed a chunk of people from a town, from, like, a natural disaster of water flooding in. Her top priority, dropped everything else, go help those people. And whilst talking to her, she told us, like, part of the reason why she was here in the first place is that there are these ruins. Doesn't seem like something that Fatui would do. No, yeah, you're right. And I was saying that in it, like, Arlecchino, and it tracks because her name in Dalat, like, her name, the Arlecchino, are people who aren't actually on the side of the Jester. And the Jester is the title of the leader of the Fatui. It's someone who often betrays their leader to do what they want to do. She's not doing what the Fatui wants right now, which is go after the Gnosis. She's helping her people, which will definitely get her in trouble. I mean, I say that if she ends up with the Gnosis anyway, I'm sure they'll look the other way. But she's currently not, because she's a harbinger. What she says goes for the basic Fatui subordinates. They just have to deal with it. But anyway, she told us that the reason why she was over here is that she found some old ruins that she thinks might have something to do with the disaster because they're super ancient, and that's where we're in right now. And considering that's all primordial seawater, so if Navia touches it, she'll fucking die. So the fact that Navia's still with us is a testament to her desire to find answers. Yeah, it seems like Arlecchino might have been onto something. And that's as far as we've got. So I was saying before, because, like, yeah, like, Arlecchino is an absolute businesswoman. Like, she tries to sell that the reason why she's helping Poisson is because it makes sense for business relations to try and help out a leader. But you look at the extent of the help she did, the instantaneous nature of her response, the split second she heard anything had happened in it, and basically just everything in between, also the camera super zoomed out. I was like, no, she might do the whole businesswoman shtick, but no, this is a Fontainian protecting her people. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, that's all primordial seawater, this breaks, we're fucked. It breaks, Navi's dead. Run, run, run!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Oh fuck, no, uh-oh.
Demoiselle, what are you doing?
Melis and Silver already fell in.
Standing here till
So
dark
they're dead. Navia might be dead. Uh-oh. And the worst part is that I can't even be like, oh no, maybe it's just only a No, this entire story arc leading up to this point has had gargantuan red flags. Someone's dying. There's a good chance some characters may die. Obviously, we don't know anything about the primordial seawater, so it might be more a portal than a you're dead, but we don't know.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Oh, are we seeing the moments before everything happened, but like on a loop?
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh,
Which is why everything's got like this watery aesthetic, because she's in there, but she's just like almost reliving her final hours.
I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
What's going on?
A lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem
I think none of this is real. I think that the primordial seawater is almost like recreating things to make like when you're in it sort of thing. Like it makes it you the center of your own world sort of thing, but this is not real.
Karina, Desiree,
all the other people who fucking died are here.
Julien.
Everyone she's met are people who have died, who got swallowed up by the primordial sea. It's only the dead that are here.
And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Mr. Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Nervalette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me
Another
to
person who
explain.
died.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties.
Oh.
You are one with us.
Oh, it's if you submit to the trial, you submit to the waters.
We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Yeah, Melus and Silver, they're realizing something's not 100% what it should be either.
Melus?
What was that, Mr. Melus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Alright, fucking Legion, calm it down.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head...
Oh, she's going to get, like, quote-unquote rejected by the water because she refuses to submit because the butlers don't let her in.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Jesus Christ, this is fucking Legion.
Judgment is
We are many, we are one. Oh. Because the primordial sea wolf, yeah, they're not... They're the fucking, I always forget what they're called.
After all that happened, she should
yeah,
not
those
be
things.
left alone in Poisson.
Yeah.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
What are you doing here?
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your
And
only
the dead
chance
have
to
lost
leave
their
this
colour.
place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Hey, Neuvillette, where'd you get it?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
I've been saying it since the start of all this disaster that the biggest thing Navia kind of needs is like a shoulder to cry on or a hug. So yes.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve.
I like Oceanid. I've been pronouncing it wrong all this time. I've been saying Oceanid. I'm still going to say Oceanid, but yeah, the 2 Oceanids were Malus and Silver.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So people that are dissolved become Oceanids. I wonder if that one in Leeway that you always show that always talks nonsense was another person who got dissolved.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Hmm? Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Oh, by the way, Sigeween sends her regards.
Ah, Sigeween. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigeween would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigeween made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon. You never shut the fuck up. I mean, what should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I just hope Navia can get back on her feet. Love is destructive.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
I'm not opening the door in case it advances the dialogue. There we go. Fucking hi! Hitlerchild, what are you doing over here?
Busted. Shut
It's like when you're playing Tomb Raider and you just spent like the past 6 hours like figuring out the level, navigating the entire like maze and traps and everything. You finally get there and suddenly like the bad guy organization somehow beat you to it and you're like, what the fuck? How? This is gonna break too, huh? With how much the camera's zoomed out.
Oh no.
Yep.
Another unstable path. Watch your step.
Beg for mercy.
Be famous. Shit! I was trying to get my stamina back. I'll wait. For Mr. Judge? No. Nouvelet's with us. He caught up with us when he learned what was happening, and he saved Navia's life because the Oceanids held Navia just above the primordial seawater. Those two Oceanids being what was left of her waiters' souls. Just walked in, just saw a rock form the scene and bonked that Hitlerchild. Oh shit.
Shut her.
So the tower's gonna collapse, you gotta be very careful. This feels like I'm doing like an action sequence in like an adventure game, like I'm in Uncharted or Tomb Raider or something. climb the tower, but it keeps breaking, so you have to alternate between running up pieces and, you know, climbing up other parts and little things in between. And for some reason, there's a bunch of fucking hillochells in here, which don't make any sense.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Ow. Just trying to check something super quick. That's the button. But how are you anyway, one man? I don't think I've asked yet. Hope you're doing well and everything's all good. Other than the long list of chores I basically gave you at the in messages yesterday about like all the relics and whatnot, or the artifacts, sorry, that you should probably be going after for each character to help build them. Like it was like the school exam of shit I gave you to study. Doing alright, good. Like that, and here's your homework that I kind of just threw at you. Which I haven't started those chores. They'll be on stream actually. Oh, fair enough. Was it ultimately, like, as I said in the message, you got to accept it's not going to be a quick process because nothing in Genshin is quick by design. It's designed for you to grind and work on it, so no one can just get super OP super quick. Otherwise, that would defeat a lot of like the point of the grind of the game that it's trying to make, you know? So there has got to be a degree of luck in it, but you've just got to accept that you're going to be at it for a while. Making it part of my farewell Genshin World Tour. Well, to make 4 characters that are pretty strong. So if there's ever another point later down the line that you ever decide to return to it, you actually have a decent team off the rip to kind of mess with. OP. Yeah, it's just having characters that, you know, can survive and get through the part of the parts you need to for the game. Also, understand, I didn't mention it in the message because I just forgot to. With artifacts, if I go to the start, the flowers will always be, the primary stat will always be health. So don't worry about that. Like what you're looking at are the substats, what comes up underneath it. Like you see, like with Yelan, it says crit damage, defense, health, and base defense. But like some over here, like the substats are always randomized, so you just gotta take what you can get. The feather is always attack. It's the third one onwards where like these are always all base stats. These ones have a chance to be elemental specific bonuses. So like for D-Luke, you want to try and get lucky. Where is Hu Tao's? And get one that says pyro damage bonus. I had to look for Hu Tao's because I knew Hu Tao would have it. Also, these ones are where I'm slowly but surely working on building up Arlecchino for when she drops. That's how ready I am for Arlie. That's how ready I am. I've got Arlie's artifact sets built. I just need her to come out. And the final one is where things like crit damage and crit rates will appear. And that's up to you to prioritize which one you want. If you've got good substats in crit rate, it might be better to go crit damage. If you've got loads of crit damage already, it might be better to try and get one that's crit rate. Just so you can get those critical hits in more often. Because crit damage is king. Like, for, like, commitment damage. I think it's probably the better way to put it. Like, if I... Details. Crit rate's 53%. Damage is 217%. You know, 35, 161. 39, 222. 45, 206. Like, preferably, I'd love to get a little bit higher crit rate, somewhere closer to 60, but I'm happy with what I got. Like, Shenhe has a very low crit rate, but that's because she's raw attack lady. Mona is a pretty good crit rate, but it's up to you to prioritize it. Ningguang has ideal crit rate of, like, basically 60%. But you'll figure that shit out for yourself. As you build your characters, there will, like, some of the substats, you'll be like, oh, that substat kind of suits better for this character. I kind of want that over this. You'll feel it out as you go.
Looks like we've reached the end.
And like I said, if there's an artifact that when you build it just doesn't deliver, you can use it as a resource to fuel the next artifact you try to level up. Like, a level 20 5-star artifact will level up another artifact to, like, level 18 on its own. You know, like, if you use it as a resource. So it can be basically recycled, is probably the word I'm looking for.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
And what helps as well, whilst it's on my memory, at the, like, you know those little altar things where you can, like, craft whatever you want? Not like the, like, when you go to the workshop, those little, like, altar things that you find standing with the blue sigils on it, and on it you can go make certain things on it. You can make artifacts by recycling old ones that way. So if you get, like, 8 artifacts, and say, for example, I'll say 9 artifacts, because then it fits my example better, and say, example, none of them are really what you want, you can go to the altar and recycle them, and it's free artifacts to get one recycled one. So you can just recycle them and get another free. And if you don't like them, you can recycle them and get another one, sort of thing. So out of that 9, you've technically had 13 opportunities to get what you want. If that makes sense. So there are things in your favor to help you get luckier with what you want to get. There seems to be something on the wall. Oh, is this the prophecy? Because it ends with Furina being alone.
Seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Things that happened once before are destined to happen again. That's what it is. It's literally just saying... That's what that means, Paimon.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Paimon, don't you dare pretend you don't know what Celestia is. Don't you fucking dare pretend you don't know what Celestia is. Don't you pretend you don't know the kingdom that sent you to fucking spy on everyone down here. Well, at least that's what we theorize is. Don't give me that shit. Don't fucking... I'm onto you, Paimon. That's trying way too hard to be ignorant on the subject matter so you can avoid suspicion. That's clearly Celestia. He went smart, so... Yeah, don't try and pull a fast one over us. That's what that comes across as. It's like, oh, I don't know what Celestia is. Me? I'm just little Paimon. Like, no, you're fucking sus. I'm on to you.
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Yeah, Furina sitting alone, crying, knowing that her entire people are dead.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah, they do seem to match.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Usually when they try and do these mysteries, it's usually the last slate that's missing, you know, how the story's going to end. But it's the fact it's the first slate, what key information are we missing that recontextualizes all of this? I mean, I have my theory, My biggest theory is to do with Furina, especially now, like, we've literally seen in her gameplay that she changes between two forms. That Furina is probably originally human and was forced to inherit the power of the Hydra Archon after the original died. And I think that first slay is the death of the first Archon, and the rest is that second slay. That girl sitting up from the rest kneeling is Furina. She's the one that awoke to to Celestia's messaging, or like rose to the message sort of thing. The third is her like basically being like indoctrinated into her position, and then the rest of the prophecy goes as we know it. That's my theory, though. I might be completely wrong on that, but that's just my interpretation.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur.
And like the dark mode, I call it, of Furina, where she has her hair shorter and a different costume, and she's more of an attacker. I think that's a real Furina, whilst the light mode with the longer hair, that's the healer, is the Archon. That basically became a part of her.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Which would also fit because there is a consistent theme of every Archon of some kind of deception. Every single Archon has some kind of deception tied to their existence. Pocket Circuits. I think, yeah, I've seen the trailer. I know Pocket Circuit's back, and I'm so happy. A friend of mine was playing Gaiden, and he's not spoiling anything for me, but he showed me a little clip of him just playing, like, fighting some enemies, just to kind of show what it's like in motion, like not in trailer form, but someone who's actually has experience with these games, jumping in and fucking around, and it looks so good. It looks super fun. I know it's on the shorter end, quote unquote, but it looks really fun. Gaiden. And it's a perfect, like, precursor, I suppose, because it's basically what it is. Like, it's a precursor to the main event, which the main event is Infinite Wealth, the turn-based RPG coming out next February. Have you really give a Pocket Circuit? The problem with Pocket Circuit originally, I don't know if they'll change it now. The problem with Pocket Circuit originally is that it's super fun until you realize every, like, course or endgame is just certain builds equals result. And it takes out some of the fun of it, because instead of it being, like, customize your own car and find a way to make it win, it's, you need to, like, solve the puzzle of what is exactly wrong with your build, correct it to the exact piece they want it to be, and then you'll win. Like, it's why, like, in Yakuza 0, it took me forever to do it, but in Kiwami 1, when I realized, like, I already knew from 0 that how it worked, I got it done super quick. It's super fun up until you realize it's just basically a giant puzzle box, instead of actually, like, a fun little racing game. In real-time concurrent with Ichiban's story. But if it's Infinite Wealth, it's got to be like a forever game anyway. It's got to be like a proper... It's got to be... I really genuinely fear it's going to be the Final Fantasy XII of the Yakuza series. As in, it's the game that's just unreasonably fucking big. Which is a good problem to have, I suppose, because like, Final Fantasy XII is like 200 hours long, and it's like... It's a testament to how absurd you could push the PS2 at the time. Because that game really tests the limits of the PS2 of just how gargantuan that goddamn game is. And it's like, every time I look at anything new on Infinite Wealth, it's like, this game seems so fucking big. The fact that they have an Animal Crossing side mode where you build your own, like, little, like, beach resort town and have to collect resources, like, help build it up and help the residents move in and all that shit. I'm like, this game's gonna take a lifetime! What the fuck? This game's gonna take a lifetime! And there's 2 stories going on at once, you know, with, Kiryu's, like, basically what seems like his retirement story, and Ichiban's, like, shenanigans going on. You got the whole of, like, Miami to explore. No, not Miami. Fucking, Hawaii, sorry, to go explore. You know, like... But we also know that, like, because we've seen it in the trailers, that, like, Kamurocho is going to be in it, because why wouldn't it be? They're gonna put Kamurocho until the end of time. That city's never going anywhere. What does he have now? Yeah, that's fair. They were originally going to get rid of him at the end of 2, but Yakuza took off in Japan after 2, so they kept it going. They were going to retire him in 3 to have new characters, but the test audience didn't like not having Kiryu, so they wrote him back into the story for 4. They were going to put him off in 5, or literally just kill him off, but they felt that it wasn't a fitting conclusion to Kiryu, and after the success of 0, they felt like they had to give him another chance. 6, although I love 6, didn't review as well from the general public, so they didn't like that being the conclusion, because they wanted Kiryu's last conclusion to be one that people liked. And so the fact that it wasn't something people liked, maybe going, 7 was more that he was just passing the torch, but it wasn't supposed to be like his end piece. It felt like it was just he was there. Hey, guidance based between 6 and 7, so that doesn't count. Well, it's based between 6 and 7, but it's also got a bit of 7 between a 7 and 8. In 8, it's not a spoiler, I guess, because it's literally in the trailer. Kiryu has cancer. It's literally established Kiryu is dying of cancer. It's like they are literally putting a hard lock on, no, this character's only got so much time left. They are putting a very firm foot down on saying he's only got so much time left. And it's part of the reason, if you look at footage of 8 and Kiryu, and then you look at footage of Kiryu in like the older Yakuza games, it's why he's so skinny in 8 compared to how he used to be. Because it's eating him alive. The cancer's killing him. They had to invent Kiryu having cancer to stop the man. Exactly. And the thing is that it unfortunately can make a degree of sense of how he knows that. Because, like, if he felt a bit off, he wouldn't just take himself to the hospital. But, Yakuza 6 happened. And, you know, when he was beaten to a bloody pulp and shot several times and believed to be dead and taken to the hospital, he probably had, like, a full body scan when they were going through everything. And they probably discovered it then. So, if that's true, then Jesus Christ, Kiryu really doesn't have that much time left. Because he's potentially been living with cancer for, like, 6-7 years. You know? He's potentially been living it for, like, 6-7 odd years. That's like, ooh. But there is a very, like, genuine chance that they will force the ending of Kiryu's story in 8. And it's what a lot of people are thinking. That it's not going to be a retirement game in a, hey, we're going to try and maybe get rid of him, but we'll see. It's a, no, they're going to kill him. His cancer after lapsing from lifting. Several £100. Oh, God, yeah. I think that's the most, like, not to, like, completely ruin the mood of the stream so far. I mean, we've already had Poisson get flooded and kill 12 people, so I suppose the mood can only go up. But, yeah, that tends to unfortunately happen to a lot. I've lost members of my family, and a lot of them, when they discovered cancer, it was only, like, because of freak incidences by chance, way too deep into them actually being able to do anything really about it. You know? Like, if it was discovered earlier, maybe, but because it was by things that we do normally, yeah. It's not usual things like that, and it just comes about. It's just, it's vicious. Like that. It only, sometimes you only get the chance to discover these things by chance, and even then it can still be way too late.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
It's in 3 months before you that finds a face for. Well, I mean, my grandmother, to use an example for that, we know, like, more in retrospect that there's a good chance that she probably knew and was just hiding it and wasn't prepared to do anything about it and just let it take its course. But my grandmother went from up and talking to unable to speak in her deathbed with only a couple hours left to live in the space of a day. With cancer in her brain. Like, it was, like, absurd. Like, how much... Sorry, Fable, you came in at a really depressing time. We were talking about death, and it led to talking about Yakuza. We were talking about Yakuza and death, and it led to talking about how Kiryu, like, spoilers, has been revealed to have cancer, and it just led to a conversation about cancer. But I hope you're well, Fabled. I hope you're doing well. Sorry you came in at such a, like, bleak conversation. You wrote about silver linings, but he's got closure. Yeah. Because that was the thing with my granny. She literally went from okay to gone in the space of 24 hours with it. Like, it's one of those things. It's like sometimes sometimes you get lucky. Some people get lucky. I know it's never lucky to have it, obviously, but you get lucky in that you find it early enough, and there's things you can do to either prevent or postpone. But a lot of people, like, there are no signs, and you don't know. I'm just playing guidance. Yeah, it's just because we know about what's going on. Oh, God, but yeah, just thought to say, hey, not sticking around because spoilers. Enjoy the story, mate. Yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah, we're working our way through it. But thanks for popping in anyway. You enjoy it too when you get around to it. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing to?
If we go by time,
No, it was my fault,
Lady
one man. I was the one that
Furina
kind of
only
steered that
emerges in
conversation
the
that
third
way. You were just talking about how he was enjoying
That means
Gaiden,
that the
and he was
person
like,
in
"Oh
the
yeah, they're going to
second
probably
image
retire him in
might
8 because
be the
reasons."
previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then.
Egeria, that's the name of the previous Hydro Archon.
Appearance
Interesting.
here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Yeah, Gaiden feeds into Infinite Wealth. Yeah, as I said, Gaiden feels like the prologue slash demo slash hype game to build up Infinite Wealth. Like, Infinite Wealth is like the 5-course meal, but the starter meal is Gaiden. You know? Like, that's how it feels. Like, the starter course is Gaiden, and then the big roast beef meal that's coming your way is Infinite Wealth.
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
An appetizer for the main course. Yeah, exactly. Especially because we've been told that, like, you know, Gaiden's not supposed to be very long. I mean, for Yakuza standards, it's not supposed to be very long. I know compared to most other games, it's still probably going to be pretty damn long, but you know what I mean. Yakuza fans, oh man, this game doesn't seem very long, and it's like 30 hours long. Meanwhile, like the Call of Duty guy next to him that's just finished Modern Warfare 3's campaign in under 2 hours is just like, oh, what do you mean 30 hours isn't very long? Fries before my porterhouse steak. Yeah, there you go.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Yeah, let's get out of the place that's literally a death threat to Fontaine's. Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Yeah, because I think this one... I don't think this is Ajira, or whatever they said her name is. I think that's Furina. I think this is the original goddess. Things went wrong. She died. The Celestia had to find someone else to be the Archon. Furina was the one who heard the call, and she basically had the power of the Archon like put in her, if that makes sense. Like, it's not that she's the Archon, it's like that she's got like the Archon's soul attached to her, so she has to play the part. Which would also explain why canonically she's super fucking weak. Like, every time someone picks a fight with her, she gets scared because she can't actually fight to save herself. She can't fight at all. That's my theory, at least. And this is less like her falling into the water, more her getting indoctrinated into that power, into her position. And then the rest of the prophecy plays out as expected. Whilst we're here, I've seen, and I'm sorry if any Genshin devs watch this, but the beta leaked, because the beta always leaks, because no one ever keeps up the secrecy. I know how Navia and the other new character, I forget her name, are gonna play, and both of them made me laugh so hard when I saw how they play. Navia is a Claymore character who is on the Geo alignment, but she doesn't use a Claymore, she uses a fucking axe and she throws the axe. And I was like, that's brilliant. What's her skill? Oh, she pulls out her umbrella and points it at people. I wonder what happens when you let go of R2, because it brings up the aimer like you're aiming with a bow. It's a shotgun. She has a literal shotgun hidden away in her umbrella. Like, it does a blast of like 6 shots like in close proximity in front of her. I was like, what the why does Navi have a shotgun? You're about going to do new karaoke, so... Oh, yeah, fair enough.
You still have energy.
And the other character has a fucking like a marksman rifle. And you literally, her R2 is also just aiming the rifle. Like, characters have guns now in Genshin.
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
Navia and Nevados depart. We go to the Spina de Rosula at the Fleuret French words.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! No, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona Magistus, what the fuck are you doing over here?
Oh, that voice.
I mean, I think you are.
I think it is.
I think you are Fontainian anyway, so it makes sense. But Mona, thick body cheeks Magistus, what are you doing here?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
There's never going to be anything more like depressing is the wrong word, but sad that because of all like the Chinese censorship, like design changes and shit, that Mona still doesn't have her original costume. I mean, it's more of an actual costume than before, where she just had like, you know, like her butt basically on full display. But I kind of missed the original costume because it felt like it was just kind of iconic. Like, even ignoring like the sex appeal bullshit, it was just kind of iconic. And it's the same that like every time she's in story things, she's in the new costume because, you know, story plot things. That one kind of sucks. Well, they can't all be winners. I haven't heard it myself. But anyway, did the stars not tell you that we were meant to meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
I was spoiled by Hell Stew.
Why did you think I was from
You know what?
Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
No, it's because primordial seawater will fucking kill you, and if you've walked here, you've put yourself into a death match. Kill your version of Hell Stew. Maybe one day. Maybe in Infinite Wealth. Maybe they're storing that for Infinite Wealth. If any of you ever seen beta Mona's design from like before the way before the game was out, like her beta design, you know, before they settled on the age rating and they had to make changes, I can put that image in your head for you. Oh, you got ones you can't keep. I can put that image in your head. You know her original, like her launch design with like the super tight, like the black tights on, where like you can very clearly see her booty cheeks, which is why all the jokes about you can just see her backside of there because of the tights, that she doesn't actually have anything like covering her. Imagine if she only had the left tight on and the right one was just fully exposed. It's just like the complete bare right leg. That was her beta design. I am not kidding. that they was going for like a mismatch, like sort of sexy but not look. So she only had the left tight on. So like her right booty cheek was just 110% exposed to the world. That was her beta design. Yeah, they didn't keep that. They did. I think when they decided they wanted her to be more of like this majestic, you know, like predictor of astrology who's just like has a spending problem, that they kind of thrown that away even before like some of the Chinese intervention came in to make her design get changed again anyway to like nowadays.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
What do we think Mona's last name was that she had to basically discard it, and the way she talked about it, she sounded like she just didn't like it at all? What was her old name, like Greg? Were you Mona Greg?
There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Of course, you're Mona the Great. Got it. Of course you'd call yourself that. Fucking this girl.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Question, Mona, if you ever have, like, kids, is the kid's last name going to be Magistus, or is it going to be your original surname? Like, is it the one that you've adopted, or is it the one that you originally had? What's your master's name?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
What does Trismegistus mean?
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Oh, okay, so you learned from the best. Your master, or the old hag, as she always calls her, is just as just as egotistical. Imagine calling yourself the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Imagine that being your name that you picked yourself.
Thrice-as-great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
I mean, not gonna lie, the title kind of slaps. So what's gonna happen when you take an apprentice? Will you become Trismegistus, and they become Magistus? But then what does your master become? Like, Super Trismegistus? How does this go? Do you keep changing surnames to just make yourself sound cooler every time there's someone less cool?
Talk about obsessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about Triple Strength Traveler?
That sounds terrible!
Alright.
But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Oh, the primordial seawater that's out killing people? Yeah, you don't say. Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain
Freshwater
and less
fish cannon.
scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Yeah, because I think there's something to be said that, like, none of the characters seem to be acknowledging. Fontaine, the actual city, is on a raised plane of land than the rest of Tevat entirely. If the entirety of Fontaine gets submerged beneath the waves, so's the rest of the entire fucking planet. Because Fontaine stands higher than even, like, the tallest mountains we've been to, when you, like, compare the, like, the scale sort of thing. So, like, yeah, if the prophecy comes true, technically the whole world would die, because everything would get flooded. Obviously, the primordial seawater would only claim the lives of the Fontainians instantly, but that's still every single city getting completely flooded. That's still untold destruction of the ocean. You know? That's still, like, like, everyone's gonna have to become, like, sea people. Everyone's gonna have to evolve like the Zoras in, like, Zelda, where they were once, like, more human and became sea people.
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. It could just be complete, global, complete global saturation. To quote Wesker, it'd just kill everyone.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a
Speaking of Wesker, I need to get back to Resident Evil at some point. There's just too much else. Because my original plan was to start RE7 on Halloween, but there's just too much else that I want to play, and too much else in the focus. So 7 and by proxy Village are delayed until I just get the time, and, like, there's more freedom in the schedule. Which at this rate will probably be sometime next year. Because, like I said, next year I want to... sorry, my throat went for a second there. I want to start At Dusk. I want to properly start Trails from Zero. At some point during the year, we got things like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I'm also going to be playing. I want to cover Octopath Traveler 2 at some point, because I know they're not called Silicon Studios anymore, but they used to be. So Silicon Studios games have never in my life even remotely disappointed me. And I've been putting that game off for so long just because there's so much else I've been playing. So I need to sit down with Octopath 2. And so that I want to do at some point. I need to get back to Resident Evil at some point. Obviously, there's still Nelka and Zero Escape that I want to do. Like, there's a lot. There's fucking Tomb Raider in January that I'm absolutely going to be playing. And it'd be nice, because I said the next Final Fantasy, outside of, like, the new ones coming out, I'd want to cover is 6. I want to actually, do that. I want to do that at some point. And who knows, maybe I'll hit 500 subs, and then we'll also have Sonic Frontiers Extreme Mode and Okami to worry about. Like, there's a lot of shit that I could end up on my plate, so I want to try and get on top of things. So a lot of things that I was planning to do this year, I've been pushed back to next year. Octopath I wanted to do this year. Neptunia SVS I wanted to do this year. At Dusk I wanted to do this year. There are a number of things I wanted, like RE7 I wanted to do on Halloween, that I've just had to accept reality, basically, and push them back. Because there are other games I want to play and get done right now.
Of course.
And if I were playing a different game every day, I would get lost eventually. My brain would start to fry trying to keep up on everything, and nothing would get done. I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Sure. All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
I wonder if we'll ever meet Mona's master. There's a lot of characters that, like, we've known about for a while. Like, we know Skirk's in this because I've seen the trailer. Which is Child's master, who chained him up when Tartaglia Child first fell into the abyss. Which means she's probably one of the strongest people in, like, Tevat, because, she survived in the abyss and has continued to do so for years. We know about, the actual Grandmaster. What should be official? Yeah. We know about the actual Grandmaster of, the Favonian Knights because Jean is acting. There's still Alice, you know, Clee's questionably psychotic mother, who's literally Miss Worldwide and has been absolutely everywhere.
Oh, well, this
Yeah,
is
there's a lot of like
something only
names
I
that we
can
know
do
about that we
after
haven't met
all.
directly yet.
So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh yeah, Paimon, stop stroking this girl's ego. She will ham it up and live for it.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. Paimon,
If
stop
I receive
enabling her.
any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
I know why Paimon's doing that. It's like if Paimon hypes her up and makes us like, yeah, we can trust you because you're brilliant at everything, she will definitely go do it. She'll make sure it's her priority because she wants more of that praise. Well, we were making a ruckus.
Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
After the convo, you get a good night's sleep to replenish some energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Alright, and let's find out what Novelette has to say after having his chat with Furina. Well, we'll know if we come in and we just hear Novelette go, "You what?" or something like that.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
I was kidding. They're arguing, great.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Once again, I don't think she is. I think Focalor's soul is tied to her, but she's her own person. It's the reason why her full name is Furina de Fontaine and not Furina Focalors.
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from
here are the
recent
12
Poisson
people
incident.
who died because you haven't solved the primordial seawater problem. Yeah, okay, Novelette, that's an interesting way of going about this conversation.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Oh. Yeah, Novelette isn't just doing this to try and push her, it's because he's heartbroken, knowing that some of their people are dead.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
Fucking Jesus Christ, Novelette.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
That bitch ran the fuck out of here. She was not staying for a second. She's like, she ran.
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
Yeah, because she's terrified.
She didn't seem in the mood to care.
She absolutely knows more than she's letting on, and she's terrified that it's about to all come out, which is why she didn't even acknowledge us. She just wanted to get the fuck out of there. That's why she was the way she was. She's genuinely terrified that everything's about to come to the surface. That she's not the real Archon. She's basically this young girl who's holding the soul of the actual Archon, following my theory. That that Furina is just some girl, you know? She's just some girl who's had to pretend to fill in the shoes of this ancient prophecy, and was probably put on strict orders by Fossilors when, Fossilors shared their soul with her. That you don't fucking tell anyone, not even Neuvillette, or, hell be upon you, or some shit. And if a god tells you that and you're just some girl, you're gonna be like, you know? I think she's terrified that she knows something's about to break, that something's about to come to the surface. She is hiding things. And I think Neuvillette can see that too. It's why he said...
You've been outside for a while now?
It's why he said you've never been as superficial as you present yourself to be now, because he fucking knows she's hiding something. I mean, correctable.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is. I mean, you say that, I say that, Lumine, but you did, Neuvillette did just put, hey, here's the list of people who died because you're not fucking doing anything. Written to, that. I think that's kind of, putting it on her enough as is, you know? I think she understands the situation. Here's the list of the 12 people who died because you're not sorting the primordial seawater out. Jesus Christ. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
What is this nation obsessed with? Trials. We're going to put her on trial.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
And what would you put her on trial for? You can't just say, you're on trial because we think we're keeping secrets. That's not a fucking trial. That's kangaroo court. That's,
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know the call. A few days later, on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Who are you gonna call? Oh, he's stuck in the abyss still. Never mind, we don't even know if he's alive currently.
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy.
Oh yeah, Linny and Lynette and Fremine consider us family just as much as they consider the rest of the House of the Hearth family. So I was making a joke earlier in the stream. It's like by very, very, very loose technicality, Arlecchino is my dad. And I'm like, fucking result, I finally got a dad. Because the House of the Hearth all refer to Arlecchino as father. But members of the House of the Hearth consider us family too. So it's like, yeah, Arlecchino's my dad now. I've decided.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Hey, Navia doesn't really know how to approach these people. She doesn't, like, directly know these people.
Me?
Yeah, talk to the shy one.
No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Jesus
fear
Christ.
that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
How many people are here? Navia's like, why don't you just talk?
You've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded.
Oh, and Corand is here as well.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the
Oh yeah,
chase,
Clara,
our friend
Navia and
here,
Corand. I know I've been making
has
jokes
brought
about
us
these two
together
being
to
as like
discuss something.
long lost lovers sort of thing, but there's literally things that you can learn about Navia and Corand like individually that these two have literally known each other since they were toddlers. And when they were younger, before everything happened with Navia's father, the two of them would take time off work to go on play dates together, like, all the time. Like, they literally have drawn each other at one point. They've gone to performances at the opera together. They've snuck off to, like, private dinners, just those two together. Like, these two, even ignoring shipping, before everything happened with Navia's father that kind of corded the waters between them, these two were, like, super fucking close. Like, these two were, like, the bestest of besties. These were, like, sisters out of blood, you know? Like, regardless of how you want to see it, whether you see them as shipping or as, like, sisterly or just very good friends, like, these two were, like, very fucking close. And so what corded the waters is that, Navia's father was executed, by Corand. And so it's kind of like, hey, your best friend kind of killed your dad because she had to because of court order. You know, like, that's, like, regardless of whether it had to do it or not, that's still going to muddy it a little bit. But even at the end of Act 2, so back in 4.0, at the end, Navia was talking about wanting to reconnect that bridge because she just misses her, and she misses that friendship that she used to have. So it's like, the fact that she's prepared to, like, fix that, I hope that that's kind of started to happen since then, that these two are starting to get close again.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be.
And also, because freaking look at Corand, come on. Who wouldn't want to be friends with that?
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Also, I like the people that we've got here in this group, because it's all people that together... They're all people that together can kind of sort of undermine Furina. Because, like, obviously, with the Traveller, we do whatever the fuck we want. Linny and Lynette have... Lynette and Fromay, to be accurate, have resources because they're part of the Fatui, and, you know, they have the father, they have their, they have Arlecchino that they can reach out to if it's something urgent, because Arlecchino has proven time and time again her priorities are the House of the Hearth and her region. Like, her goals as a Fatui member come last. Clarande is literally Furina's personal bodyguard, so she can guide or manipulate where Furina goes to set her up if she needs to. And of course, Neuvillette is the judge. Whilst Navia, being a natural leader, is kind of like our steermaster to make sure things go certain directions.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
And I know I make this joke every time we get like a forward shot of Clarande, but I've got to make it again because it's so apparent. That button on her shirt is fighting for its fucking life. That button on her shirt is fighting for the gods. It is, look at how much the shirt is bending out and that button is just holding. Like, Jesus Christ.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Yep, they used to play with toys together.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Cloran's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You would not call this a hunt, because it's not what you should do at the present, nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect. It must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There are neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. The Stage of Fate. Go to the base. On this base or the other base? The other base. Okay, the underground base.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Oh, this meeting sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was.
Oh, doorbell, 1 second.
About it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
I'm back. Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Jesus Christ! I was trying to put it together. I was like, who?
The voice from the sky, I fear that description.
I wasn't gonna remember. That's been a while since I heard the voice from the sky in Sumeru.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you, and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple? Also, this is one of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N of the Hexen Circle? Let me to ask you, will the prophecy come true?
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
There it is again, fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
The Tina Tika was just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage N, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected nude leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed for a while, when you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Have you been these past few?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Yeah, that sounds like something very Charlotte.
Oh, yes, it was Charlotte. Yep. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh?
Mage N had a word with us. You tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa, the Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize their value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. you do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thanks.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Sure seems to be the case for our little photojournalist friend.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Take it easy.
Continue moving forward. Why is it making us like a circle of the block, other than just noticing a few little things here and there? Why is it I feel like things are about to change, and it's why it's letting us have a look at everything one more time before shit hits the fan?
Here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
You know, it's kind of fitting. You know, like this whole story arc, you know, like the impending flood and whatnot. It's kind of fitting that right now, for me, it's currently raining. Like, I look outside my window and it's lashing it down.
That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake!
It wasn't sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great.
Can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Fuck.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
You're like living in the moment, I get it.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Man, there is way too much, like, everything's about to go. Like, it's such a huge, like, red flag.
Office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
There's so many red flags. Like, they're all calling about, like, oh, isn't it great to enjoy this? Oh, isn't it great that everything's still normal right now? Right now? Like, everything's about to go to shit. That's what the point of all this is. Everything's about to go to hell.
Oh, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah. Are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? So it's like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Till that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yeah, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes and finds you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Risula's safe house at the Fleuve Sandra. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo of the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede.
So are you under the impression that you weren't criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Did something happen?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Yeah, you caught on quickly.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Looks like the detective novels have had an effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose.
It might also give us an opportunity to actually sit her down and talk to her, and it be us instead of someone shouting at her for not doing enough.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
And of course, the sad music starts playing again as soon as you come down here, because it's nothing but death still.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Furina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Still trying to act tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off!
Yeah, Furina, she's devastated that she couldn't save those people, and people have died, but she's determined to keep up this act. She's determined to not let anyone know that she's got this weakness.
Quick, we have to catch up with her! This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina!
Yeah, now stop the bullshit.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Wow, this place sucks. This building, remains of a ship still.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, the last quake killed people. So yeah, I would be a little scared in Furina's shoes as well, but like, hang on a minute, what? What do you mean there's another one?
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Furina finally reached her limit? No, she's talking about her actual feelings. She's starting to look far less stiff. You began to talk amongst yourselves. Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
She's accepted death. That's part of the reason why she's so upset then. She's already accepted it's over. She's accepted that it's just gonna happen.
Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Yeah, nice act.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial
Yeah, she's going to try... What this comes across as, she's already long since accepted that her and her people are going to die. And what was making her so upset wasn't the fact that it's happening, it's the fact it's now happening. Like, she knew it was going to come eventually, but now it's actually happening, and it made her freak out. But it comes more across as, like, she's just going to try and make sure the people are happy, and the people have hope, and the people have something to hold on to, until it's too late for any of that to matter. So she will continue smiling until there's no one left to see her smile, essentially. She's already completely accepted she's got, like, everyone's going to die. She's just gonna put on the face to try and make sure people are at least happy until it happens.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. To share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Furina, spill it out. What? You're gonna put her on the fucking spot? That's so mean.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado,
The tremor was us
we may
getting
proceed
moved. It
to
wasn't
the
another
trial
incident.
of
The tremor
our
was us
god.
getting moved. Wow.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes.
Jesus Christ. That's so mean. And of course, like, now she's just gonna force that front up again because she has to. Because she's in front of everyone. She's not gonna say anything.
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Yeah, we've put herself completely through everything because she's not gonna fucking fight Korand.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Also, can we just point out that Korand holds her sword the cool way? Like, the terrifyingly hard to practice and very difficult to hold stability, but if you can pull it off, it makes your weapon longer way. She has her sword between her middle finger and her ring finger. Or the handle, sorry. She's holding it like she's got like a claw grip on it. It is extremely difficult to hold a weapon like that, but if you can, your weapon's longer. And it has more of like a stabbing edge.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
I say that, it looked more like it was in between her index and middle finger than the middle and ring, like usual, like the traditional would use it. So maybe she holds it more like a gun, which is even crazier.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Dude, she can play dress up with Kiryu, sick.
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Fuck! Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well.
Oh, she sounds so annoyed. I think it's because she was literally on the cusp of trusting us with whatever was going on. She was on the cusp of telling us, and then the quote-unquote trick was performed. So now she's a little peeved off of us, because it felt like we probably, to her, felt like the only person she could truly trust, and then that just got taken from her. He was so close to getting her to tell the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we defeat Furina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out. My Kiryu looks fantastic. Good. I love that, like, they're more embracing this whole being able to customize your character more and more, or customize Kiryu more. I hope they kind of go all into it with Ichiban in Infinite Wealth as well.
As a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Cute. I've seen your image.
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Most of the people who harassed the shit out of you earlier were mine. Good artwork, though.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
Furina's gonna feel so fucking cornered to know that basically the entirety of her own kingdom plotted to put her in that chair. She's gonna feel so fucking cornered. You play darts with pencils? No. I'm awful at darts. I would never play it with pencils. I struggle to play it full stop.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Okay, so Arlecchino is completely aware of everything that happened as well then. It wasn't just the kids fucking around. They probably went straight up to Arlecchino and went, "Hey Dad, can you help us with this?"
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right? right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
I thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Okay, so the Opera House, and we became Linnéa's attorney. Oh, God, it's recapping the entirety of fucking Fontaine's story arc, I just realised. Because Erinys, Fortress of Meripede, oh, fuck. We're gonna, oh, no.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Yeah, so we became Linnéa's attorney, and Furina was the accuser, and we managed to prove his innocence. We found out who was actually making the people disappear, and gave Navia a better conscience because she got to finally answer what her father was investigating.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the
Yeah, we
Origins.
watched Child get a
Even the
guilty
Hydro
sentence
Archon
despite
can't
everyone
figure it
agreeing
out.
he was innocent.
A Fatui
We met...
harbinger. She's an
well, we didn't at
extraordinary
first.
person. Her instinct must mean something.
The Arlecchino arrived at the scene and interrogated Furina and Nervillette. During the diplomatic meeting with the Knave, she revealed that she'd already probed Furina on her own and believed it's possible that not only is Furina not really the Archon, but she's actually afflicted with some sort of curse.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day.
The entrance to the Primordial Sea is sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone in the Fortress of Meripede, and recently the Primordial Sea had nearly broken out. It was only temporarily pushed back by Nervillette's power.
According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time.
You saw Child floating in a sea in the dream, as well as an indescribably massive whale.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia.
My awesome
To be
friend.
honest, that still gives me shivers.
When exploring the ruins, it began to collapse and Navia fell into water containing primordial seawater. Only the protection of dead members of the Spina di Rosulia prevented her from dissolving.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
And communicated with you by connecting your consciousness. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but that you needn't give up all hope. So yeah, Act 1, Act 2... start of Act 3, all of Act 3 and Act 4, these are kind of combined because the Whale in the Dream kind of tease that throughout the whole of Act 3 and 4. And then Act 5. So yeah, the entirety of the story is relevant. Fucking great. Let's do this.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
And at any time I can bring this all back up.
Oh, come
It's like
on,
reaching the final
Merlin.
case in an Ace Attorney game, and it all comes back around, and like everything from the previous cases come together. That's how it feels.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Athena, yeah, only like it's in January, isn't it? It's only a couple months. Also, Traveler's talking. It's not Paimon. Traveler's actually talking.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Can't wait to see this in JP now. Hype scene. Yeah.
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine,
Hey, she full named herself.
of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such
Yeah,
a
she
huge
just gave it
claim?
away because her full name doesn't have Focalors in it whatsoever.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon because of their long-held beliefs.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
You know, Furina, that's actually I think I have an answer to that. I think it's because you were a normal little girl 500 years ago. And when you got to this point, that was when everything I keep on talking about happened, where, like, you got met with Focalors and you shared your soul with her. But you're not the real Archon, you're just, like, the one holding the soul. Got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? That's a nice argument, Furina. How do you back it up with a source? The game's helping us out because it's faded out everything but three options. It's either child's conviction, it's either her getting attacked by the knave, and the knave coming to the conclusion that Furina must be cursed, or it's not N. It's not the tea time with N. Prophecy, what will happen? No, I think it's the meeting with Knave, and that that other Chino came to the conclusion that she's cursed.
First of all, you may be a member of another race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
So, Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
I mean, yeah, it's how Zhongli lives with his people. Everyone thinks the god's dead, so they don't even remotely question that he might be God.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually had no control of the Oratrice at all. Child's conviction. Everyone agreed he was innocent.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, but as we can put the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to one side for now. But then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
There it is. The true her is starting to creep in.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just human. And if she's only human, she makes mistakes. She wouldn't stop to see. No, if she's only human, she'd make mistakes.
That doesn't sound...
Fuck.
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial...
I knew it was one of those two.
And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
They're gonna say, hey, if you're really a god, the primordial seawater won't kill you. Jump in.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Apparently so. Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
This secret of, like, her, like, basically harboring, like, the real Archon and whatnot, this secret she will actually take with her to the grave. That's why she did it. She had to convince herself first, but she will actually willingly take it to the grave. She was prepared to die there.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that
She thought she was gonna die.
she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans.
Oh, it was only a minuscule amount. It was only a minuscule amount. It wasn't enough to kill her. It was just enough to make her feel sickly.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin.
So she still
Lady
proved her
Furina,
humanity by then, by
return
accident.
to
She
the
played
defendant's
herself.
stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
But what's really going on here? Furina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. It is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep up her facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Bro, you are pulling at strings, my lady. I know, I get it. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's genuinely that she feels that the secret she has to keep, she has to take to the grave, but now it's getting pushed. So she's desperate.
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh, I almost feel bad for her because, like, because we, like, obviously they just want the truth, but we, as in the audience, we've kind of cottoned on that the reason why she's keeping it a secret is because it's genuinely important. She genuinely believes she has to.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
I know it breaks attention a little bit, but you know what I was saying with, like, yesterday about that TikTok that someone pointed out that Ray Chase says Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale in a rhythm every time? I can still hear that fucking rhythm. Now I know it's been identified to me. I can still hear that you went Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. That you went da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun. Like, he does a rhythm in his head when he reads it to make sure that he doesn't miss a beat with it. That he, like, you know, he doesn't, like, fuck up the pronunciation. And so I can hear it now. Like, now I can hear it. I can hear the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. Da-da-dun, 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 da-da-dun. Sorry, back to important. Furina's soul just got snatched from her.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct, then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon. Guilty.
Ooh. Then how does... We've proved her guilty of faking being the Archon, but the thing still calls her the Archon. Interesting.
To be punished via the death sentence.
Oh! Oh, fuck!
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's like the oddity of it, is that they didn't say Furina de Fontaine is guilty, which would just mean, okay, so she's not the Hydro Archon. The thing acknowledged her as the Archon, but said she was guilty. Meaning the Oratrice, either one or two things. Either the Oratrice understands there's more to this picture than what meets the eye, and she's guilty of something, but she is still the Archon. Or, more likely, the Oratrice was rigged from the start to kill her, and it understands she's the Archon, but wants her dead one reason or another. You know? It has to be one of those two things, probably. I mean, Neuvillette, yeah, I can understand that perspective as well. I personally don't think it's Neuvillette. I don't think Neuvillette's not the Archon. He's already been confirmed to be the dragon. He is a subservient to the Archon. The dragon can't be both. It's why Venti isn't the dragon, Dvalin is. It's why Zhongli isn't the dragon, Ijtihar is. It's why Rein Shogun isn't the dragon. It's fucking dead. You know, like, Neuvillette can't be the Archon. Neuvillette can be involved in the Oratrice, one way or another, but I don't think he'd do that. But that is a theory you could take.
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice.
And Vacher murdered like 20 fucking people.
Behind the serial disappearances case.
If the claims of Neuvillette is also false, well, I guess we'll just have to see. But what's more, oh yeah, hey look, Lumine's onto the same thing. Instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
No, I still stand by it. I think the reason why the ignoring my theories, the things that we can use as like a baseline, like I mean my theories of the Oratrice, so go back to my theories of like talking about what I think Furina is. I still think Furina shared her soul with the Hydro Archon. Or had to share her soul with the Hydro Archon. So she's guilty of the Furina, the actual person Furina is just a human. But the curse, quote unquote, is the fact that her soul is shared with the real Hydro Archon Focalors. Which is why it said the Hydro Archon guilty. Because she is the Hydro Archon because it's whose soul she has with her. But she is guilty of Furina herself not actually being the Archon. But it still then begs the question, why would the Oratrice try to fucking kill her if the Oratrice is a part of the Archon? Or put a death sentence on her, you know? Why would it do that? Unless the Oratrice wasn't a tool designed to maintain the courtroom, it was instead a tool designed to kill the Hydro Archon. And it's just got it. If everyone else, including mass murderers, haven't got death sentences, why has someone who's just pretended to be a god and people had faith in worthy of that punishment over it?
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Okay, what did Arlecchino have you do? With some help with the others for Tui, Fremine brings a stone slate to the stage.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Do not worry. The mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Guys, give me 1 second. Let's go do something. Right, I'm back. Let's go.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life?
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
You don't need to do that. All of them are praying but one towards Celestia. Furina is in water, surrounded by her people, and the last one is Furina sitting alone in an ocean in tears. Select to check the description of each stone slate, so exact key information from them. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's content in the incidents, recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify the said content. As the verification process continues, the fountain water levels in the menu interface will rise. If you've finished verifying all the stone states, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon...
Oh, so you do know it's Celestia, Paimon. Yeah, alright. So you did know. What's that strange rock floating in the sky? Yeah.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Oh, fuck. The stone slates in the ruin showing the prophecy describe a history of the future. The first piece that was originally missing has been found by Fremine. It seems to show the former Hydro Archon using divine power to turn Oceanids into people. Oh, the fucking death sentence we just got's been added to the book. Cool.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans.
The stone slates in the ruins showing the prophecy describes history of the future. The second slate, it shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. I'm not sure which one goes here. I'll come back to it. It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around
Navi fell into
the
the sea, a consciousness was subject to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could this be alluding to the same thing? The shown sea is basically identical to what's described in the prophecy circulating throughout Fontaine. Fontainians will eventually be dissolved into the sea, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone in her throne and weep. Is it connecting consciousness? Is it... Oh, it's Nouvellette? Oh, I didn't even think about that.
It's found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
So now it's just you. Is this the collected consciousness? Is this the guilty sentence? It is the guilty sentence.
What is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nouvellette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light. Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second state reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontainians from Oceanids. Her original sin is the original sin of all Fontainians drown. The original sin is that they were all not human. The sin is that they lie their humanity. Which angered Celestia for creating humans without their permission.
That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
For the third slate, I'm still convinced it should come after the fourth.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
And the fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
But the thing is, and this is an important piece, all of this happened an absurdly long time ago. We're talking hundreds of years. No one here is probably still a quote-unquote pure-blooded Fontainian. I think, like, they might turn into Oceanids when they go into the water and whatnot if they've got some Fontainian blood in them, but the major majority of here have probably at least intermixed with one of the other regions at some point, you know? It's like how no one's ever truly just the country they come from in reality. Everyone's got a glimmer of blood somewhere in their genes from somewhere else, you know? Even if they don't know it. You know, so it's not like the Fontaines are true not humans. They're probably just, like, mostly humans, you know? Like, they're, like, 99.9 reoccurring human, but that 0.0 whatever 1 is the Oceanid from their original creation. Which is why none of them look more Oceanid in look, they look more human. Because they are pretty much human. They've just got that glimmer of the old history in them. Which means, Celestia, what the fuck? You're trying to murder loads of actual, mostly humans here, just because it inconveniences you that you didn't make them.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
Yeah, and the Oratrice serves Celestia, not her. The Oratrice serves the heavenly principles. So in Celestia's eyes, you made humans without our permission? Fuck you, die. It makes sense now.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So, what does the third slate represent?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Could it be? The ultimate proof. What is the true source of the catastrophe?
This just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
The secret of the Fortress of Meripede has been protecting is the entrance to the primordial sea. Though Neuvillette has sealed it once more, just how long will it last? The prophesied disaster will likely spread from here. Murder unfolded, House of the Hearth. He was judged as guilty anyway. She inflicted some sort of curse. Massive whale.
It was both dream and reality.
Everything's to do with the whale.
True culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
I want to point out something really fucking cool. I wasn't on that icon when I clicked the whale. The moment I clicked the whale, it immediately answered everything else itself. It was like everything was being channeled into you could only pick the whale. That was kind of clever. That was like a Danganronpa trial trick where they like play with it and make it so you have to pick something else for the sake of, oh fuck, here's the whale. Oh, Charles been fighting that fucking thing this whole time? The music's got the Harbinger leitmotif. Fucking gave us a thumbs down before he fucked off. Child a good guy now? He's always been morally grey. He's a villain that turned into a rival. But he does do the right thing if he believes if he believes it is the right thing for him and his people, he will do it. But he follows the Teresa as law. So if the Teresa says you do this, he will do it. But if there's a way that he can do it morally, he seems to sometimes. It's a whole thing. He's morally grey. He's done horrendous shit, but there is good to him. He's more of a rival. He appears in a lot of timed events. It's why people call him Mr. Worldwide, because he shows up a lot. But it's also been written in the cards for a long time that he's probably going to die eventually. And his armor looked pretty fucked up there. But that was also sick. Just to see him like in the full armor suit, just give us the thumb down, then fall back into the void. I'd wager it was also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the
Is it Abyss? Is it the Abyss? Is it an Abyss whale? I've been calling it an Abyss whale all things. Is it actually an Abyss whale?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed?
This is like fucking Giratina in Pokemon Platinum, when the devil fucking shows up and nearly kills everyone, and then it leaves back into its void, and it's like the void's left behind. It's like, but if we leave it, it's just going to get stronger and attack again, so we have to jump in after it. It's literally, it's fucking Pokemon.
That is
I'm back in 2009.
Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, The whale would have likely come onto land far sooner.
Also, canonically, when any of the Harbingers use their delusion, which is what Child in that full set of armor is, it actively starts to kill them. So if he's like been fighting with that thing for like a while, like but maybe potentially even as long as he's been down there, and his armor's that fucked up, that man is taking decades off his life. You know, like, if that man was supposed to live to his 80s, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't live to his 30s at this point. You know, like, that man is taking literal decades off his life by fighting for that long in that thing.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
But yeah, he's always had a link to the whale. When you fight him, this has actually been a thing since literally when we first met him. When you fight him in Leeway, he summons a whale. When you're in his boss fight, if you linger around during the final phase and like don't let it play all the way out, he'll eventually summon a giant fucking whale.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still
And the reason why Furina was
swim
prepared
off
to
towards
take
some
it
other
to the
world.
grave and do everything in her power to prove that she's the Archon is because she's literally linked to this fucking prophecy directly. She knew if she got declared guilty, everything would end. If it became guilty, the next piece of the prophecy would fall through, and everything would happen as it was foretold, and everything would become drowned out by the primordial sea, / get devoured by the whale.
That's not something I will accept.
That's why she fought so hard, and that's why the moment it was declared guilty, she silently cried to herself, because she knew that was just the literal fucking death sentence of the entire nation.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
You know what this also makes me super curious of? Furina's story quest. You have to finish the entirety of Fontaine's story arc to be allowed to do Furina's personal, like, character story quest. I'm really curious what that'll entail, considering all of this.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Or did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me in that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
Jesus Christ, it's just got a giant fucking sword floating above Furina's head. Also, she was in a new costume. I want to see that costume. Furina was in a completely different getup. Look at that sword just dangling above her. Jesus Christ.
You...
Alright, I know this is like super important and whatnot, but I've got to pee. I've been waiting for like... I've been waiting because things have been kicking off like the past half an hour and I really need to pee. So I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back.
Sorry. That shocked
I like the
expression on
subtitle
your
name,
face is just
Furina?
too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
This is false laws.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Oh, so it's not that the lie is that she's an Archon, it's the fact that she's just... all of them aren't real people. The sin, including her, she's not a real person, but she's just half of Falsalors, the half of Falsalors, that has no recollection of this. So she is technically the Hydro Archon, she's just only half of it, which is why it's technically false. She's the one that doesn't have the power, she's the one that's just the human with the life.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were
And I'm
her
guessing
shortcomings.
Falsalors, the other half, is the Oratrice. Which means the whole thing of the Oratrice trying to kill Furina isn't a matter of trying to make things happen, it's a matter of trying desperately to trick the Celestia and the Heavenly Principles into thinking everything you put into place would happen. Everything they put into place would happen. To try and defy their intended fates. Anyone think the Heavenly Principles are going to be like potentially like the finale threats? Because it's starting to look that fucking way. They don't like that humanity can do their own thing. They don't like that humanids can wish to be humans and become it. They just don't like people disobeying their absolute rule, and then they kill everything in a response to one slight against them.
But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the Heavenly Principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Falsalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
To be honest, she may be technically human, or like the human side, but she's probably endured more than the current Archons. Like, she's more of an Archon in terms of what she's endured and what she's been through, and what she's still managing to stand over, than what even some of the previous Archons could do, the ones that are long since dead. She might not be Archon on like a official level in that sense, but she's an Archon in terms of she stands equal with them.
It has indeed.
Through her own humanity,
And
she managed to
although
stand
she
equal and
is, in a
survive the test of
sense,
time,
me in
where
human
other
form,
Archons couldn't.
I must
She's
definitely owe
the
her
entire
an
reason the
apology
Raiden
for it.
Shogun did everything she did in Inazuma is because she was terrified of the passing of time. Zhongli has regularly talked about how time literally deteriorates the brains and souls of the Archons even after only a few decades, slowly making them wither away into forgottenness. Furina has done more by just still continuing to stand and smile and play the actor than what several Archons have been able to do facing it directly for hundreds of years. That's a testament to her personal strength.
It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with the Oceanid in the Fountain of Lucine. Could this be Furina's inner world? Furina, what's she doing on stage? I mean, it probably isn't Furina, probably a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity will not be missed. Let me try talking to her.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Furina?
All right. It is not my intent
Don't look at
to
me, don't look at me.
reprimand
Oh, it's her
you.
mind.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here.
Oh,
Let the
do
stage
not
lights go off,
jest.
please, if only
Can
for
you
1
not
second.
feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes
That way
of
I can become
countless
myself again.
Fontanians are upon me. I must
Yeah, she
at
wants to
all
be out of
times
this so she
display
can
the
live her life
utmost
and just be a
elegance and
human and meet
nobility.
friends and, you know, not be the goddess that has to obey all the rules and trick the heavenly principles, has to attend every single opera meeting and all that bullshit. Something's off. It's not getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Turn off the... Yeah, it wanted the lights off, so let me do that.
Dear audience, the performance
cry without
is
echo. The shackles.
experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Touché.
Quietly now.
Hey, what gives? The audience is
A
still
silence
watching
without
me,
end.
You know.
The chains.
Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Good. Eye for an eye.
As all the spotlights turned off, in Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket. When did that end up here? Oh, watch her show. Either way, it looks like the show's about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1, before a mirror, Furina. GPT is now Candy Yakuza now. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised they would make like a comment on that, because they always try and make some kind of submission or dumb goal or something out of like modern things. And this is the human Furina. So the dark mode I've been calling it is what I was thought it was. It's the like completely human Furina, whilst the light mode is the when she's the power of false laws and all that shit.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am.
Yeah, and this is how false laws came to share her soul with Furina.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2, the Ascension speech of Furina. And now she's got the long hair and white dress. This is after she claimed the role, after she got the power.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese.
The music that's playing. The music that's playing is from Furina's teaser. It's from Furina's teaser trailer. The one where she talks about prophecy and the inability to lie to fate. And how everything is just words in your head because she's never talking to begin with. She was just preparing to die. That fucking teaser.
I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Scene 3, the Opera House, Furina.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
And then she lived the same day ad nauseum for the next 500 years. Have you noticed her costume's gone back to the human one?
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
And now she's in the goddess costume
We're
again.
detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5, Opera House Furina. Sorry I'm not talking much, I'm just absorbing. I always go over this when there's new story beats in Genshin. I genuinely love the story and world of this game, so anytime there's new story beats, there are times where I just want to shut up and absorb it. Oh, and this is the proof of her sentence. Scene 182,375, Opera House Furina.
Lady Furina.
Nothing ever changes.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
Yeah, and yeah, because she's had to witness someone that she, respected and admired grow old and die, and then their children admire them and grow old and die, and then their children, and so on. So have say 20 generations ago, yeah, that's gonna hit. Everyone she ever knew, like when she was a kid, anyone she ever played with or grew up with, everyone that became human, everyone she's ever known has grown old and died, and so have their children, and so have theirs. Once again, like I said, her endurance, she might not be a true goddess, but her endurance more than fucking competes.
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
But it still wore on her. She entered to be a fake goddess, but came out of this a fucking legend. Exactly.
So interminable.
And there it is. All of this, what else would it do? It just makes you lonely.
So lonely. Just how much longer?
She was warned in scene 1, when she first met Falsolos, that she would have to suffer for the sake of the people. But Falsolos was kind of mean, because she said it would be for a while. She never said 500 fucking years. She never said 20 plus generations. That was kind of not giving her the whole truth, just giving her enough to agree. And seem honest.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
And that's why she wanted to tell us in the magic box. That's why she leaned forward and thought about it. Because everything came to the fucking surface in her. She wanted to tell just someone. And the fact that we're not from Teyvat, we're not from Fontaine, we're not even from the fucking planet. We're an outsider, so it wouldn't change anything. Or at least that's what she started to believe. That it wouldn't change anything if she told us. Like, I get it. That loneliness would have been so overbearing. She just needed to tell fucking anyone. But she knew if she did, it could have undone everything.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Scene 182376, Opera House. Furina and...
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Yeah, what I was just saying. This is when Emmy, or like Numine, was talking to her, and she realized that there was an escape.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within the giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would be playing her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share
My burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
She couldn't do it. She was too scared of what could happen if she said it to anyone, even you.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine
I knew
all
it.
along. Am I right?
To make sure everything plays its course. The first half of Falsalors, she gave her power and her the immortality, the ever-living life and whatnot to Furina, but she put her power, her strength, her soul, everything else basically into the Oratrice. She literally split herself in two to be both parts of the puzzle.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What did I fucking say? It was my second theory back in the courtroom, the actual courtroom. What I said, what if the Oratrice is just designed to kill the Hydro Archon? What did I fucking say? I pay way too much attention to this shit. I pay way too much I pay way too goddamn much attention to all this shit that I fucking called that.
Beg your pardon?
This is the problem of being overly engrossed in the story, is that you start calling this shit because you notice every single little detail even if you don't mean it to. That was just something itching at the back of my fucking head. I was like, what if the Oratrice is just designed to kill the Hydro Archon and the whole justice thing's just a ploy? Fucking goddammit.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Oh. So a second sin against Celestia. To tell Celestia, you don't control the life of humans because we made Oceanids humans, but you also don't control the death of humans because we ended the god. To tell Celestia once and for all, you have no power on us anymore.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Oh, and to pass the power... If the true goddess dead, the power would pass along to the only living thing that could have that power, the dragon.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Well, yeah. I'm not surprised. Neuvillette, like, I've mentioned it in the previous acts, Neuvillette's shown more humanity than most other human characters. This guy's so openly, out loud, emotional all the fucking time. He doesn't cry, per se, but, like, you can always tell what mood he's in. You can tell when he's genuinely happy. You can tell when he's pissed off. You can tell when he's so fucking depressed. There's so much genuine just emotion on display with him. And he's had one friend that has always been there to bounce off, for better or worse, for the past 500 odd years. And that is Furina. And you've just told him she has to fucking die and you have to take her power. Of course he's sad.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon.
Everything about
Sovereign.
Fontaine is just this perpetual cycle of fucking loneliness.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Reminder, it only rains in Fontaine when Neuvillette cries.
Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that
Ah,
something
and the only
huge
ones that
just
got to see
happened.
it was myself because I made contact with Furina's tears, and Nervalette because he was the intended audience. Everyone else just got flashbanged.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Well, to Lumine and Nervalette, that wasn't just a moment ago. That was nearly fucking an hour ago.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtain power.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh, fuck. I mean, you can't just throw me straight into the boss fight after all that. I'm still crying. That was so good. Oh, shit. Alright, time for the boss. How is this gonna work? It's a whale.
How are we going to do that? It's huge!
I have already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea.
Can we just get in and fucking attack it? Hang on.
I cannot reach the power source.
Oh god, we can. We're supposed to hit it as it goes by?
Attack it from within. We shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you.
Like, we're supposed to just like fucking run in now and just try and fucking catch it? Alright, so... like that? Okay.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
And what's that rage meter it's building up on the side there?
Freeze to the core.
It's getting angry or whatever it is.
The all-devouring Narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
What's this? Oh shit! Oh, okay, you're supposed to get absorbed. Whoa, now where are we? What the fuck was that EDM in the music? Holy shit!
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Is this like the core of this fucking thing? Jesus Christ, it's EDM music!
Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Fire pants on fire. Gotcha. Busted. Shudder.
That's a whale call! They EDM'd a whale call! What the fuck?
Crush. Shudder. More speed. Illusion shattered.
Take it easy.
So it's the whole boss fight, just so I know for like when we eventually have to fight this thing in weekly rounds. The idea is that you piss off the whale enough so it absorbs you in, and then you break the shield of what's within and it will spit you out. I was so taken aback. This game is very committed, not every other time, to being orchestra. So for them to drop hard EDM... Oh fuck, that's Skirk. Did she just absorb that thing into a ball? And then throw a fully grown man like it was nothing, just yeeted that bitch. Jesus Christ, Skirk. This is Child's master, by the way.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job.
God, the music went to carry on for a second there.
Oh well.
Hi, Skirk. Hi. Hi, Child's literal master who has survived eons in the abyss.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
She looks cool. She doesn't have a vision on her, though. I've mentioned it before, but when she probably eventually becomes playable, I don't want her to have an element. I want her to be abyssal. She's from the abyss. Let her be abyssal. If that means having to make an 8th element and have to figure out how it works, like technical game element in quotation marks, so be it. But if she has lived several lifetimes in the abyss, she would have no connection or talk point to any of the gods to obtain a vision. The abyss is anything but godlike. It's literally like the polar opposite. It's the most locked off. You're in the abyss, you're there. So for her to be here, firstly, that means we're in the abyss, technically. But secondly, well, I mean, just look at her. Look at her arms, for example. Those aren't human arms anymore. They're all crystallized and, like, shadowed out and whatnot. But it would also, like, to get my point of visions, it wouldn't make sense for her to have a vision because, like, she has no link to Celestia or the godhoods or the divine or the heavenly principles or anything in between. She's just here. Disciple.
Power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring Narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Oh, yeah. Child's weak in her eyes because Child uses a vision. Whilst we're strong because we canonically, the Traveler doesn't have a vision, so our power is our own. Man, I just look at her legs as well. Her legs are all like spatial. You can see into the stars through like the spatial influence on her legs. Like she has been super fucking like contaminated by the abyss as time's gone on. Also, the clothes that she has, there's loads of tears in it, so this is like what's left of the costume. Like you can see where her, like at her thighs, there's loads of little tears and holes. So she probably had like proper, fucking trousers at one point, but they've just gone. They probably got damaged enough that she just tore them off so they wouldn't become a distraction.
So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important.
You know, I'm glad I decided not to try and do the story quest yesterday in the stream when we was already like 4 hours in. Because that would have been a very fucking long stream considering we're 5 hours in and the only thing we've done is the story.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Man, I like her eyes. I know, like, Genshin, like, constantly has a thing with, like, customizing the eyes and having more than meets... I was gonna say more than meets the eye, but that's too on the nose. But it's the fact that's, like, her eyes almost look like computers. Like an on switch. Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
He's Rhine-Daughter?
Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Albedo, your mum is the master of, like, this abyss-seeking, like, destructive force that abyss-seeking destructive force is the master of a Fatui Harbinger. Small fucking world, Albedo. Small fucking world. I'm gonna have a word with him. Hey, dude, Albedo, come over here. What the fuck?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Oh, the master isn't directly Rhine-Daughter, it's just comparable. Also, I'll be very surprised if her design, if she does become playable, I'll be very surprised if her design remains, considering, like, that is real tight on her ass. That is real tight on the booty.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring Narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Yeah, and Nervalay can speak freely here because firstly it's already happened, and secondly he recognizes this as the Abyss, so he knows the heavenly principles can't hear him.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Yeah, the heavenly principles thinks it's over, so are leaving it behind. But in reality, it still stands. Everything still stands. That's the fortress of fucking Meripede, by the way. Hi, Wivesley. No one's dissolving into Primordial Sea, because there is no Primordial Sea. Because we tricked them. We tricked the gods. They have no power over our lives, nor do they have any power over our deaths. Fremenade being the deep sea diver he is. Go and find people who need help. Oh, I guess all of them. Linny, you don't need the fucking hat now. You can put the hat down for a minute. For fuck's sake, dude.
It's receding!
Yeah, and now that the Heavenly Principles believe everyone should be dead, the water leaves. They were tricked twice.
It's a miracle!
What is receding?
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Oh, and she gets to see the happy ending after all. I mean, there's still a lot of untold damage, but the people are alive, so it's something.
The prophecy was wrong.
The soul renewed. The Sphina talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Sphina, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem.
Oh, so it wasn't the Fortress of Mirapede, it was just part of the secret of the fortress.
People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team.
My question is, does this mean now the prophecy has been fulfilled in quotation marks and gone by, that Furina has finished her role so the power of fossil laws can leave her and she can live her humanity? Which also means that she'll finally start actually aging and becoming a human. It also means she can finally retire her role as the Hydro Archon and get to live a normal life.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the
But then also means if she has water power, if she's playable, that means she gets a vision. So do you think her reward for putting up with all this is, nah, yeah, here's your fucking water superpower. Fucking no, take this and piss off. They might have been the real big shots from the start.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
And I think, because I've been saying this pretty much since 4.0, that I had a fucking feeling. But now, we are, because this is basically we're in the conclusionary part of this now, so I feel I can say this now the story's done. Fontaine's probably my favourite region so far. Because, like I said, my problem with Inazuma was I loved exploring the region, but I didn't really care for the story that much. My problem with Sumeru was I loved the fucking story, I thought it was fantastic, but the region was tiring after a while because of how much there is to do and how big it is, especially the desert. I love Fontaine's story. It's probably my favourite story of the bunch, hands down. And I love exploring the region because it's so fresh and so unique. And there's so many layers to it without it over-encompassing itself like it does in Sumeru, where there's just so many fucking layers to everything that you just go, oh, got another one? When you go try and explore it. This feels like they've mastered it. This feels like, after Mondstadt and Liyue and Inazuma and Sumeru, they've mastered it now. They know how to make a fucking amazing story with some genuine twists and turns that kept me on the edge of my seat and had me tearing up at points, especially with Furina, Jesus Christ. And at the same time make exploring the land just fun.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their
Yeah,
home.
the problem now, though, is that it raises my bar
Draw even your
for
well-traveled
Natlan.
eye.
It raises my bar. This is easily the best, in my opinion, the best fucking chapter of Genshin. Natlan's got to now follow up on that. The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too!
The idea of the whole thing just being one giant fuck you to Celestia. You know, these heavenly principles that not even the gods dare challenge. False Laws not only challenged it, but challenged it off the back of the previous Hydro Archon also doing it and succeeding. The first one, like, going against the heavenly principles and making their own humans, and then the latter, not letting the heavenly principles condemn the humans to death by outliving them and surviving despite their bullshit. Comparison between Sumeru and Fontaine. I mean, in terms of story, I just prefer Fontaine's by a country mile. In terms of environment, Sumeru, even in 3.0, by the time I was kind of done with it, I was so fucking, like, exhausted. The rainforest is a mess to try and navigate. It's too vertical and there's too many layers, and I found it kind of tiring. And that's ignoring the whole fucking desert. And the desert makes up, like, 3/4 of it. Yeah, so I've got a hair in my mouth. Still got it. There we go. Whilst in Fontaine, I've 100% every area so far, well, other than the new ones, obviously, and I've not got bored once. I love it. There's always something new around the corner. I love how expressive the land is. It feels like, unlike Sumeru, I always know where I'm going. I always know what I want to go for. I always want to do with it. It's apples and oranges to me. Oh, that's fair enough. It's up to you. It's just for me. For me, like, this one, Fontaine clears. Fontaine's my favourite so far. And also as well, like, they advanced something that's been sitting in the background since 1.0. We got to see and briefly talk with fucking Skirk. That's been in the background since literally the day, like, the moment everyone meets Child. You know, you start learning about his master and that in 1.0. We actually got to know Skirk. My question, though, is what about Neuvillette?
Oh, this time will
Did
be different.
Neuvillette actually inherit the power whilst keeping Furina alive? Or is that power gone and they're now just, you know, the dragon's still the dragon as it is, but Furina's human? Because does that technically mean that in either situation that would technically mean that Neuvillette is now the true, like, leader of the nation, like the Archon of the nation, even though he's the dragon? You know? Oh, and I know what we just got. That item we just picked up, that's the plot, you're done. Yep, that's the chapter 5, you're finished. Or, technically chapter 4, because Mondstadt's considered the prologue, so like prologue 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, so, beating Mondstadt, beating Liyue, beating Inazuma, beating Sumeru, and now beating Fontaine. The drop of water obtained within the colossal beast who coveted the primordial sea of life. A philosopher in a faraway ancient world once posited that where there is life, there is death. Naturally, where there is death, there is life. If not, then the fleeting light cannot resist the eternal darkness, and all withers into nothingness at the end of time. The rulers amongst the stars dictate that nature must be conserved, but the laws of the universe have never been conserved. In a sealed box, destruction always overpowers new life. Millennia upon millennia of prosperity are but an instant in the span of billions of years. The greatest of achievements, the proudest of accomplishments, in time all will tarnish, decay, dissipate, and ultimately fade into oblivion. Thus, there are things floating in among the stars, once adorned with countless prestigious titles from the innumerable civilizations, shedding tears of their ordained demise. Their tears stream down out of desperation, out of hope, because all desperation and hope alike will be utterly extinguished along with the innumerable stars. Their tears stream down out of sorrow, out of joy, because both will eventually scatter into the cold, dark, endless void. Every tiny bit, beautiful silhouette, and every moment worth remembering will fade with time, even stars. And then there are these so-called gods that are determined to save everything worth saving and devour everything that should be devoured. Until the end of time, until the sea of stars recess into nothing but dying embers, until a newborn world moves for the first time in the stomach of the whale, there will be no more sins, no more sadness, and no more tears, because everything died with the ancient stars. finale, go to Poisson. Same story beats, 5 best emotional writing level, Sumeru. No. I mean, in some aspects, yes, Sumeru had an absurd amount of world building. It really fucking did. And I'm not gonna, like, knock it down on that. It had a lot of fucking world building. But literally everything else, I think, Fontaine just clears. I prefer the characters, I prefer the writing, I prefer the twists and turns, I prefer what it does for the overarching story at large, and not just its own individual episode, while still loving the episode for what it is. There's a lot of this that is just... The fact that 4.0, when we were still getting introduced to the characters, managed to put me into tears. It isn't just emotional writing in general, it's good fucking writing, full fucking stop. It's, you know, it's not just emotional writing, it's character writing, it's the world building, it's the storytelling, it's everything coming together to make it resonate with me. I was so emotionally distraught for Navia in the first part of the story, with her desperately just wanting an answer for her father. I was so fucking heartbroken for Furina in this story arc on the other end of it. You know, like, everything just went straight to my soul.
Oh, it's you.
And that's not something I can say for Sumeru. I felt sad at points. I think I even teared up at a couple points during it with, like, learning more of the truth. But not to the level Fontaine has delivered. This Fontaine is easily my favourite story arc of Genshin, and my favourite region of Genshin. It's fucking delivered so completely. Completely and wholeheartedly.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Yeah, my nose is still all runny from like crying earlier because I genuinely it's like because I'm glad my mic I muted my mic during the cutscenes because I was genuinely like choking up at some of Furina's bits earlier on.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Again, emotional story beats versus world building story beats. Yeah, Fontaine did both. It was both world building and emotional, whilst Sumeru didn't get that much of an emotional response out of me. This clears as a collective. If it was just good writing but had no world building, I wouldn't care as much. But they did. They built up everything of Fontaine. They made you go and spend time with everyone. They made you navigate the city. They made you go see the other side within the fortress of Meripede and see how the people live there and how they go about their business. They did all of that. In the same way Sumeru makes you go to Gandharaville and spend time there to get to know the people before you go to the city. And then before you go to the fucking whatever it's called, the caravan. You know? Like if it's only the world building, like you take everything else out, only the world building and the purest fucking sense of the world and of the word, like no story, no characters, no anything else, just the world building, then yeah, sure, Sumeru spent way more time building on the layers of everything. If Sumeru had about 11 layers to every single detail, Fontaine had about 9. But that's the only thing I can give Sumeru. Every single other fucking layer makes Fontaine better, and it's not even close to me. Obviously, everyone has their preferences. There's some people out there that actually think Inazuma's story arc ends well, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? No, I'm kidding. But but for me, I'm saying from the start, it's not about being negative. It's not negative at all. My point is saying is that Sumeru, it's only if you get rid of absolutely everything else and only leave the world building alone, then yes, it has better world building in Sumeru. But the fact of why I love Fontaine and think it so easily clears is because that is the only thing that I think Sumeru has over Fontaine. Absolutely everything else, Fontaine is infinitely better for me. Like I said, even ignoring the emotional stuff, I wouldn't have responded to it the way I did if it wasn't so well compacted into everything else. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I meant more as in, like, I was trying to make my point of, like, if you get rid of everything else. Of, like, everything else you can imagine. Not even, yeah, but what about this? Get everything else, and it's only the absolute world building at its absolute purest form, and nothing else. No characters, no story, no anything, just the world building. Then, yes, Sumeru is better. But it's because of everything else, because of the characters that fill that story, that world building, because of the story they tell, because of everything they do with the nation, and how the nation itself has so many mysteries you can discover in and out of the story that gives you bigger pictures of what's gone on, what's happened in the past, like, you know, the research institute, the traitors within, and everything about that. It's just more for me. The thing with Sumeru's environmental design is that it was exhausting. It was interesting at first. Like, if you go back to my 3.0 streams, the 8-hour stream I did in the first one, I was super on board of it, and then by like the second or third day of it, you can literally hear the honeymoon effect run off. And I started going, for fuck, more often when exploring the land, because little things were just annoying me. Certain puzzles just had way too overly convoluted solutions that required you to go here, there, and everywhere. And that was only in the forest in 3.0. Everything about it, like, once the magic and like the initial impression had faded, I just found frustration in a lot of it. Whilst Fontaine has not done that for me once. There's not been a point where anything's annoyed me about it. I've continued to be impressed and enjoy it. But I digress. I do want to wrap up this story beat, because as soon as it's done, I'm wrapping up, because I need to get ready for work.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Because I imagine we've got to talk to Navia, which is going to take a few. We've got to talk to Lily and Lynette to get a bit. Well, I say that, with Grunt, Schnez, whatever, he might give us a vague idea of what's going on with Arlecchino. But if not, we're going to go talk to Lily and Lynette. Then we need to go talk to New Valette to find out what's going on with him. And then we need to finally talk to Furina and make sure that she's still okay.
We just happen to share the same interests.
That she can now be human again. So this could easily still take like another half an hour, and I do want to wrap up this stream soon, because I start work in less than 3 hours, and I haven't eaten since breakfast this morning, and I'm not dressed. So I need to kind of move this along a little bit.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorinde?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god.
Yeah, because to answer that bit technically, the whole facing down a god thing, and, you know, Furina was technically part of the god. Like, she was the power of the god, or like the life of the god, but she wasn't the god. So like both cases were right. She was the Hydro Archon, but she was also guilty of the fraud.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Clorinde, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
I got a screenshot of that. They left it like that for long enough for me to nab a screenshot. I was no way I was missing the opportunity to get that screenshot. Come on.
Not bad.
I got a few screenshots during this stream, by the way.
Of the picture.
I couldn't help myself. I got like
hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
I got 4 so far. I got one of Arlecchino, one of Navia when she was stuck in like the water prison bullshit, one of Skirk when she was facing us dead on, and then just that one. Charlotte takes way more pictures.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
And I'm super interested in what the character stories are going to be after this, now all of this is resolved. What happens after all of this happened? Like, you know, what are we going to learn hanging out with Navia when that eventually comes around? When Clorinde eventually becomes playable, what's hanging out with her going to be like? How's Arlecchino think of all this? Because she probably would have been like submerged in that sea for a hot minute. You know, she was still around.
Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Like, if there's a small part of me that's almost kind of gutted that, like, Linny and Lynette, well, Linny, Newer Valette and Rivesley, that their story arcs are all before all this happens. Because I would love to see, like, what they think of it and, like, spend some time with them after all this. You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess, too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
Also, it's going to be really hard to not roll for Navia, and it's going to be really hard to not roll for Clorand, almost because Navia I genuinely adore. Navia next to Furina are like it's like a three-way tie between Navia, Furina, and Neuvillette as my favorite characters of this story arc. And it's not to say that anyone else beneath them are bad or not as good. They're all phenomenal. I genuinely love this cast. But it's like Navia's story in the earlier parts of the story, like, hit so hard and was so personal, and you felt it, at least for me. And like, oh, my throat's going. I've been streaming for too long. And like with the whole thing with Furina and her journey and what she's been through, like I said, she's got the willpower or better than any fucking Archon. She might not be an Archon humanly, but she's a fucking champion in terms of what she endured willingly for the sake of her people.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
And then Neuvillette for being
There's
just
no
so
guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
intertwined with everything, yet so vulnerable about everything.
You're right.
Like, you can always tell how he
every moment
feels
I
and
have
what
with
he
them.
thinks just
In
by
which
looking
case,
at him.
I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
But Navia's in the
an
next
afternoon tea
update,
in
so
exchange.
afternoon tea with Navia, that'll be in about 6 weeks' time. Go to the fortress. Okay. Oh, we gotta go chat with Rivesley. Alright, I would sit back and like hang out more with Navia, but I do need to get a move on because I do need to wrap up and I need to start getting things ready and whatnot. It's very... Usually on days where I've got work, I stream for about 3 hours. We've streamed for 5.5. I wasn't expecting... I knew that like the finale of the story arc would be long. I wasn't expecting it to be nearly 6 hours long.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course.
Hey, King.
I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally
And obviously, like, at the end of all of this,
Thank you
fucking
for consenting to my
Arlecchino is
visit to the
rumored to be
fortress,
4.6. We're like 18 weeks away from playing as Arlecchino, who I've been waiting for well over a year now. Like that, like, oh, this game's gonna take so much money out of me because I want Navia, and I want Clorand, and I want Arlecchino, and I'm like, ah.
Of course.
Like, I understand why, if anyone who watched Maxor's live stream of him playing Genshin last night, well, for me last night, I think it would have been like more during the day for like the US and whatnot. I completely understand why he said, like, after Fontaine, he just wants all the women. Because all of them are too, like, good. All of them are too fascinating. All of them are too brilliant.
Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
And the fact that the next two characters, like the characters that are coming in 4.3, both of them have guns, literally, is just hilarious to me. We've got this soldier girl with purple hair, and she straight up carries a musket, and her elemental skill when you hold R2 is that she just aims the fucking musket and shoots. And I'm just like, what the fuck?
But it looks like
and in
dear Mr.
Navia, she's a
Junior
claymore user, but instead of using a claymore, she uses a battle axe.
Important to you then?
But her ult, she has two weapons. She has a battle axe in one hand and her umbrella in the other, because her umbrella's some James Bond shit where it's actually a secret shotgun. And the umbrella only clips out when she pulls the trigger to absorb the knockback, so it doesn't affect her as much, because the wind will like make it so the knockback like doesn't go straight into her as aggressively.
No, I just...
And like her R2 is aiming the fucking shotgun. I'm just like, this is wild. Just make another weapon class, for goodness sake, guys. Stop making it that it has to fit into the 5. Just make a gun class. It's fine. We'll understand.
And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more.
But if they're literally gonna have characters carrying guns in Genshin, that's all the more reason for Natlan to go all out. You know?
Myth back there, like an emissary.
If characters are literally gonna be fucking like armed up, like fucking go all out in Natlan.
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
I love your devotion, Charlotte. She really does know how to squeeze opportunities for all they're worth.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
He talked to Rivesy for a while and shared news from above ground to him.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, Lily, Lynette, and Fremine are down here for fucking helping out child, escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties.
Yeah, but now the Oratrice isn't a thing.
As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right.
Where next?
Stop the docks.
Oh, where this all began.
This blinding sunlight is such a pain. No way I can get a nap in this weather.
Oh, never mind. Lily, Lynette, and Fremine are here. I always forget Fremine's name. I'm so sorry, kid. It's almost like you're just this quiet, neat character in the background.
How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
You could just get my brother to do it, is what she's saying.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. in the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
So this is what I mean. Arlecchino, I don't think is going to see us as, like, an oppose. I think, like, for us, it's like, it's mutual. I know it's pretty more mutual interest because, you know, we were trying to help Fontaine, she was trying to help Fontaine, but I think she genuinely respects us.
That's alright.
And so might end up helping us out in return later on when something else arises.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, okay, that's how the gnosis happened. Nervillet was absolutely not keeping a hold of that fucking gnosis. And he's like, you know what, you helped save this nation? Have it.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring Narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
Speaking of the Narwhal, I was going to try and fight it again at the end of this story, because I knew, like, a boss was coming. Because it's the end of a story arc, so there's always a boss. But we're not going to get time. Once this story beat is concluded, I'm wrapping up almost instantly afterwards, because I have like 2 hours now to get ready for work, and I haven't eaten, I haven't got dressed, like I haven't done all the usual things. I am running out of time a little bit now.
I suspect
but I'm determined to see this through to the end. I'll just have to rush. I'll put food on, then get my shower whilst it's cooking, and then, you know, get dressed, and then have my food because it'll be ready by then. You know, shit like that. I'll have to kind of dance around it a little bit.
Real busy and stuff. Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic.
This is why I usually only do like three at most 4 hours when I'm on work days, because I don't want to end up having to juggle shit.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that.
Okay, so Child's alive. He's just injured.
On his health.
He's just badly injured, but he's okay. Well, I guess I can call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Where are you? Where are you, my mother? I mean, Queen. I mean, Arlecchino. Here she is.
Father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes.
She's like, well, what else did you fucking expect? Come on.
Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever?
Is she basically just saying, hey, look, I might be working for the Fatui currently, but if a day ever comes where it's not in my best interest to, I'll fucking leave?
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this. Oh yeah, Child's vision.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
That's a wrap for me.
Hey, Charlotte's gonna show up and go, oh fuck!
You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Alright, bye Queen. See you in like 3 updates
Father.
when you become playable.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take
Man,
a
there's
magic
actually a
pocket
genuine
before you
chance
go?
when Alachino comes
Here,
out that she will
Traveler,
actually move on to
Paimon,
my main
you
team
take one too.
and potentially replace Hu Tao, and that's a thought I never thought I would have, because Hu Tao's been with me like a rock since 1.3. She's literally been in my squad for nearly 3 years. I can't. That's just kind of crossed my mind. I might genuinely
That's right.
like have Alachino in the main
Funny.
team.
I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see what Nimble's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
I didn't hear a word of that, Paimon, because the waterfall. No, it's just about the hit free. I've genuinely run out of time. I have to wrap up. I've genuinely ran out of time. I'm looking at it. I'm like, I can't keep the stream going because I need to fucking get ready for work and I need to have some food. And I know if I go talk to Nervaled, it will then continue on into talking about Furina, and then it will also go into talking about what to expect from Natlan. And if it's anything like previous nations, that will take like another half an hour. And I'm like, I don't have that time. I need to fucking wrap this up. So we did 99% of this fucking story. According to my PS5 progress, 96%, so we still got another 4% to go. But I just don't have the time anymore. I have to go. I need to get ready. I'm so sorry for people who have been sticking through it the whole way. But we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow... Well, character quest shouldn't be as long as the main story quest, obviously. But tomorrow... it will be wrapping up this little bit, and then Furina's character quest, and then after that, we will see from there, like, whether I want to, like, make another stream to do these, because we didn't even get to fucking start these, and I wanted to today. You know, like, whether, like, we do everything else more, or if I just, like, wrap it after Furina's story quest, things like that. I'll figure that out tomorrow. Additionally, where is the whale? Can we go fight that thing? I'm guessing not. I'm guessing we have to actually finish the story. Okay, so we'll get our rematch with the whale tomorrow then. Unless... No, that's artifacts, right? Yeah, no. Yeah, because that's artifacts, that's bigger circle. That's artifacts, bigger circle. We need one that is a dot like this. But I digress. I will leave it here. So, as always, thank you all so much for watching this 5 hours and 45-minute long stream. Jesus Christ. Remember to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It genuinely really helps this channel grow. Additionally, you can find my Twitter, Patreon, and PayPal in the description of every video. To reiterate, this is easily my personal favourite region. I love this region to death, and I can't wait to do the character stories and just the little things tomorrow. But until then, you guys take care now. Peace.
Time itself.